Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the Mount Lanakila and also the Galarian Dharmakans. Yesterday I was able to indeed be getting 800 checks done, so hopefully around the same amount today as well. If everything goes well, that is. I don't think that there should be any problems really, but you never know. You never know. Many. Now I'm gonna actually check out one thing. My Pokédex recommended thing. And today it is Darumaka Snover or Snover. I would like to say Snover. Capuchu and Sneasel. So only Snover like has been added there, interestingly enough. Seems to be the same weather today though in here. As I said, it doesn't really change too much. Most of the places are kind of having one weather all the time there. The routes that are. There is like technically, we're talking about yesterday's technically a difference, but it is quite a minimal one. It isn't as drastic as it is indeed in wild areas, the changes. And yep, let's get into this then. I don't know why, but I kind of want to do this. Huh? Oh, wrong one. Meant to not center it, but meant to fly pitch. a flip instead. Flippage. A very big change. Indeed. Oh. The Capchu has been telling me so many stories today. It's insane. Definitely hasn't been the same story every single time or anything like that. Most definitely not. Oh. And you're starting strong today. Are you gonna be all over the Blaze Stone Journey? Since you were like almost nowhere yesterday. I wouldn't mind it. It is interesting definitely to be seeing as the second encounter. It was definitely very interesting to be seeing as the second encounter of the day. The 2%. So it's not going to be the last one that I will be seeing today. Out of the random ones. I'll not check, but I'm pretty sure the only one that I have technically not seen at all. Yeah, it is the case. Is Dorlidon, but it's a 1% visible one, and it's not like I'm trying to get it anyways. I'll actually adjust my volume a little bit. You resetted my sound settings. Okay, it's weird. I'll try to be having the Ultra mode to be a little bit more quiet, but the problem is that if I turn it down at all, it's like I can't hear it. I was just hoping that I could be making it a little bit quieter, but it's no big deal. That's what I've been liking to be getting it. Be on the lower side. I will say one thing that I'm slightly bit tired of the Capchoose, the overworld thing that it does. Just slightly. Could be because I did stand here for like 10-ish minutes and you know, making the cry every once in a while. Getting a little bit tired of it, but if worst comes to worst, I guess I can encounter it. It could be technically a possibility that it has been telling me that it wants to be a friend. I stay. Sometimes too, indeed. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. As usual, I'm having an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on at all. Having a fun day indeed. A fun day indeed. there we go. That should be all the Pokemon seen today already then. I'm pretty sure Darumaka was the last one. Maybe do see the happy fellow though. Of course, the wall. Well, seeing through the wall guy is indeed back. It is understandable that, like, it is the case in some other places as well, where there's like a fence or somewhat, and then, you know, the Pokemon can see through it. But then again, with that, you can kind of make the argument that it's seeing, like, above somehow a little glance of you. But with this, first of all, most of the Pokemon that are aggressive in here, in the random encounters, in the grass, or like the visible ones, whatever, they're quite small. And also, like, I'm a little bit downhill. And also there is, like, something to block your view. So it doesn't make the whole lot of sense. Why can it see? Doobie, what did Doobie though? But yeah, I'm surprised how fast I was able to check, like, not check, but see every single encounter that is available in Lead. It would be nice though. Oh, hello, Catch. I know you did get your food early today. You did have a bad stomach day today. Seem to be fine though now, which is appreciated, of course. I know there is a towel there. I'm questioning the towel, but you know, I wanted to put it there, so it's not gonna be that big of a mess. Oh, it has been quite some time since you have actually looked out from the window. There's definitely interesting things going on. Hello. It is kind of interesting to think about that. Snom is relatively rare in the base game. But when I was hunting, the delibird, I did mention it. And then in there, like in Crown Tundra, it's like absolutely everywhere. I mean, I understand that there is more of like... There is more of like the kind of... and there's more of the kind of the... like snow, but still, like, it's decently rare on the 2 routes that it's in. Yeah? Coming to say hello. Good morning to you. Hello? Yeah, I know you're very happy that you did get your food. Yeah, I know. Stomach feeling any better? Can I do something? You want attention? That's not surprising. The problem is that you can't really be staying right there. You can go behind the keyboard as usual. If you would like to stay there. Yeah, can you? You're giving me a bunch of... You're giving me a bunch of little shocks. Yeah, that is the mic. Are you trying to eat it? Perhaps? Yay. Anything else to say? Is scary things happening outside? Scary things happening outside, understandable, I guess. Please don't stay there, is all I'm asking for. Let's go to the others. Yeah, the other side of the keyboard. You can even eat it all you want. Thank you. Here you go. Okay, not just my mic. This cat decided that it was not in the perfect spot. Yes, you did. You silly little fella. So ridiculous looking coming question mark. This cat is on the table. Yeah, I know. Life is hard. We're very sleepy. Actually, you actually seem like you have a lot of energy today. I would appreciate if you wouldn't be touching my sound controls though. I don't want anything to be super loud all of a sudden. As I have in my keyboard, I have one of those scrolls that would be adjusting your volume. And that is a place that she usually wants to be hanging in. There you go. Now everything is nice. You feel comfortable for there for the next like 10 minutes. Then you're off somewhere. Unfortunately, since I for some reason needed to switch where my keyboard is, it's a little less room for being comfortable in. Might be the capture time then. It wasn't telling me that it was shiny at least. It didn't tell me it. Are you shocked? She is very shocked. Can't believe anything anymore. You silly catch. There you are, Romaka. Probably gonna be encountering the Sneasel at some point because it's gonna be running into me. It would be absolutely hilarious to be getting two Sneasels at the same time. We did get it a few times yesterday, but it would be even hilarious since it has a gender difference. To be having both of them to be the same gender as well. Let's see. Sneasel there? Oh, it's a Glalie. Just a Glalie. Capture, even though it is curious, it's probably the best option. Stone Churner, you seem to be going into the thing that you're gonna be showing up there. I don't mind it though. It would be a even though it's not the coolest of shinies, it's a very nice shiny. And it is a rare one in here, so of course for that wouldn't be minding it. Even though indeed it is a decent chance in like some areas in Crown Tundra. Still wouldn't be too bad though, as I said, usually playing Shield rather than Sword, so it's a person exclusive. And funnily enough, for me it always seems to be the case that whenever I like play a game and there is a certain Pokemon to be a version exclusive, as there is, I seem to always be picking the same game to be having like the same version exclusive things. Which is, it's not bad, but it's kind of funny to think about because there is, at the end of the day, there is very few like pairs that are like continuous pairs, like one game has this Pokemon and the other one has this Pokemon. There's not too many of them that are like almost all the time there. But yeah. Because I did indeed first start playing Shield. And Ice Cube, you know, is a version exclusive. And then, you know, I did first play Violet and Ice Cube's there as well. And now that I think about it, I was playing first, I started with Ultra Moon. And Alolan Sandslash is the version exclusive there, and so is with the Violet in the DLC. It is indeed the version exclusive there. Very interesting indeed. It is kind of funny though, to think about. Because I will say I don't personally care too much about version exclusives. I just don't care about them too much at all. But it's still like interesting. Or I guess I could say that there has been few version exclusives that I would have been interested in getting, but it may or may not have been impossible to do before you have completed the story. And I'm definitely not saying that the Pokemon that I would have liked to use was Cursor or anything like that. No, it couldn't be. That couldn't be a Pokemon that I would have liked to use. I will still say though, even though it makes sense where the Galarian Ponyta is found, you know, a magical forest. Makes sense. It is still a shame though that you can't really use Ponyta for that long. I guess it's, you know, quite close to evolution. It's such a shame. Yeah, of course the thing is that definitely the Rapidash is better because it has another typing. Still. No, still we're in the playful mood, I see it. Easy Odis. Hey, what are you doing, you silly cat? You are on my table, and I can touch you if I want. You decided to be there. Oh, silly cat indeed. Yes. That looks like she could attack at any moment. You really look like that right now, that you could attack at any moment. Well, you never do that now, do you? She is a very nice cat. She doesn't really like, you know, the usual cat style attack anyone. I mean, if you are a stranger and get too close, then yes, but I mean, in my opinion, that is kind of normal. Yes. I also want to be getting their personal space. There we go. Now you have a little bit cleaner eye. I guess you can't clean it yourself too well. It is kind of interesting though that how does like cat cleaning themselves work? Like of course they always seem to be doing it like all the time. But there's like spots that they can never be getting cleaned and you kind of need to clean them yourself. For example, our cat has the problem that she can't be really cleaning her eyes too well. And you know, there can be some stuff there building up. And for some reason I'm not thinking that that's the best idea to be having it build up too long. Don't know why. And always seems to be the case with cats, no matter how much you would be trying to take care of their fur. They always have a way to be finding out when they're cleaning themselves to be eating the fur and getting hairballs. Even though I will still say that our cat doesn't really have that problem. She doesn't really have that problem, thankfully. Very rarely is it a fur ball. Oh, got you. Oh yeah, we did get one thing yesterday. Technically not us, but the cat did get it. Because it's not for us. Because like our cat, she doesn't really like to be stop opening the dev tools. Yeah, our cat doesn't really want to be like using a scratching post. The like only thing that she really ever does is, I like to call it like just lifting like a rug or something. So then we asked if someone would be finding like a nice like kind of like those like rugs that are actually meant for scratching, you know? That is basically it's just cardboard. We did get it. She isn't too used to it, of course, yet, but It would be probably better for her if she would be using that instead of like the rug. I would like to say. But yeah. What I was trying to do yesterday was to make her, you know, use it and then give it treats. That was what I wanted to try to do. Yeah, thankfully she doesn't really like, you know, do the usual destroying furniture. As I said, literally the biggest thing that she does, I guess mostly for attention as well, is that she is like lifting indeed a rug. She isn't like scratching it, she's just like lifting it. First, it would be best if you would be using something to take care of your claws. So hopefully this would be helping with her. And thankfully the thing is as well, they're usually not too expensive. Because what it is... I'm gonna be encountering that Mr. Mime, by the way. For sure. Like, it would be of course nice if she would be doing things. She does use the scratch post every once in a while. But the good thing is that she doesn't really use, like, you know, the usual couches scratching post. Could be because we have kind of taught her not to do it. Again, if she does something with the... if she does something with the couch, it's more for attention. Or, you know, getting comfortable. As cats tend to do. She does mostly that indeed. Stop opening the dev tools and putting my thing to full screen. I know you know how to use computers. You don't have to all the time. Show it. Silly catch. I could technically lock my keyboard, but like the worst thing right now that she can do is to adjust my volume, which I don't think that she can do it like super high too quickly. And I guess indeed be opening the dev tools. The worst thing, opening the dev tools. Silly. Silly little cat indeed. She did, by the way, get quite close yesterday. Be shutting my computer. Like, she was almost pressing the button. She was technically kind of on top of it already, but like, it wasn't like pressing fully, so it didn't count. Jeez. Very silly indeed. Oh, you're going away? To try to get some more food? Understandable. Okay, I can switch my position a little bit. And go into more comfortable position. Closing off to the rituals once again. Her favorite thing to open is the devil tools. Don't know what she's gonna be doing in them, but something for sure. Let's hope that this Jarumaga face doesn't go to like 6k. It's all I'm hoping for. Let's hope that indeed. That's all I'm asking for. This Jarumaga face wouldn't be going into 6k indeed. It's the ice cream. More or less at the start of this year. Indeed, take it to 6k. And I know it is what it is, of course. Unfortunately, luck is like that, but it is what I mean. And of course, the ice cream is gonna be the one that shines as well, right? That is how it's gonna be working. A bunch of ice cream and don't know what to do with it. And it is such a shame that I can't even get Vanillite in here. I can only get Vanillish. It is such a shame. I understand that we're like in high level areas. But still. It's not like there is not in high level areas like wild area, the base form found in. Oh. It's not like that's the case. I mean, Capchu appears in here. I know that one is 3-stage, or 2-stage evolution, one is 1-stage evolution thing. But still, yeah, because the only places that I really remember seeing Vanillite in is indeed random encounters in the Crown Tundra. In certain areas, and then there is 3 like floating above the certain water areas in the base game, wild area. And it's just a shame because it's such a cutie. Because like the thing is, like, of course I understand that Pokemon Go it mostly wants to be having you the first stage things, which you know makes sense. It's completely fine. But I kind of would wish that since we have routes, that routes would be following that quite well as well. Because some wild areas, they do what they do, they are kind of a weird thing in that, but routes, they could definitely be doing that. It also could be because, as I did like talk about it yesterday, that even though this is meant to be like a victory road, this doesn't feel like a victory road. Route 10, that is. But yeah, it is what it is though. I will say honestly that I would kind of wish to be getting like a cool victory road again and there to be like cool rare Pokemon in there. Because in my opinion that is how victory roads should be. Cool rare Pokemons. Oh. I mean, especially nowadays, since we have like more Pokemon in, because like it is understandable, like, you know, Red and Blue Victory Road not being too interesting because, you know, not too many options, because not too many Pokemons are in. But I quite like the changes that it did get, especially in Fire Red and Leaf Green though. It's quite cool amount of Pokemons there. But things change over time, and trying new things is of course a nice thing to do. I do be still absolutely loving the amount of encounters that we can get done. This is not like taking even an hour to be doing 100. I mean, it is always like that though, that if you can only be doing, if you're like encountering everything, of course it's gonna be faster encounter wise. But still, it's pretty decent. If only there would be a way to be getting rid of a Pokemon wandering about in here. Because sometimes I'm of course trying to not encounter the whoever is there. And yeah. Considering everything, pretty decent indeed. Not a Daruma. I wish one thing would be a thing in, let's say, like, more or less of an overworld Pokemon game one day. That would be able to see, like, cool ruins. I don't mind the ones that we have in Scarlet and Violet, of course, but maybe we could be having something, you know, a little less destroyed. Because the problem with that I have with Scarlet and Violet, the ruins that are in there, is that they are kind of the same. Like, there is not too many, like, big differences between the two, you know? Which is a shame indeed. Because it would be cool to be getting, like, a different feeling for them. Because I don't know why, but I would kind of like to see the... You know, the places where the Island Guardians, aka the Tapus, are in Alola. Like, seeing something like that. And then you could, like, go into first-person camera mode and, like, look around everywhere. I think that could be kind of cool. I wouldn't even mind to be getting to see in Scarlet and Violet, like, lighting the a little area in Legends Arceus in the islands. Like a little cave that has Bronzor and Bronzongs. Bronzors and Bronzong. That would be quite a cool one. Because I will say that the Legends Arceus, the light situation there, it isn't bad. It is kind of bland compared to Scarlet and Violet. I mean, of course it is. I would like to say that maybe they have been putting more time into Scarlet and Violet. Is, you know, new, like, generation game. But then again, the lighting can definitely be interesting, to say the least, in Scarlet and Violet. I will say though that even though, like, in Scarlet and Violet there isn't, like, too many caves or, like, are, like, indeed, like, inside structures, I guess, that you could, like, free roam, explore. Do be loving the beautiful Chargestone Cavern. You'll be absolutely loving it. Because as I said, that is the kind of thing that I would have liked to see, like, nice and, like, glowing things in a cave. And it does look quite nice. Also, I like the feature that it's, you know, charging up Moraidon as well there. Because of course it makes sense. Looks so nice. There is a chance though if I will be finding something for the Daru market today, like relatively soon. I might consider doing some DAs today. Not completely sure though, but it's a possibility. Might be a possibility indeed. Then again, I might just start a new phase for even if it will be indeed a Dharma. Because at some point I would be liking to be getting both. Getting both indeed. I have nothing else then, but tomorrow then will be some DAs for Eveltol. Kind of looking forward to it, honestly. Again, we'll be doing them. Kind of interested indeed. It's interesting though to kind of think about that, you know, the message that the dude doesn't know if it can be a battling well thing. You only unlock it after you have gotten like enough friendship with the Pokemon. So shouldn't it be trusting you then? Is my question, shouldn't it be trusting in you then? That everything is going to be just fine? It would be making more sense indeed if you even like it would be like showing there before you have like a decent amount of friendship with them. In my opinion. And again, in Pokemon games, it has kind of been always the case that only once you have gotten enough friendship does like some messages started to play up. Is it more of a recent games thing? Yes. But still. As I said, I kind of like in one point I do be liking the friendship being like a big thing in Pokemon games. But then there's the one part that it sometimes can be like too OP. You know, leaving hits for longer than they should be. Getting like 5 critical hits in a row because of friendship. Stuff along those lines. I think one thing would be, especially if we are in the overworld Pokemon games still going forward, which in my opinion is quite likely that we would be seeing Pokemons like actually climbing like mountains. Not of course all the same way, because some should be walking up the mountain differently or climbing the mountain differently. Because, you know, it does look a little silly when they just, you know, just kind of start to walk up a very ledge and the mountain that definitely looks that easily climbable. I think that could be quite cool to be seeing. It is unfortunately, for my eyes, quite unlikely, but it would be still kind of cool though to be able to see that be the thing. Another Darumaka. Third in a row? Question mark? It would be kind of crazy. That would be happening indeed. But I wouldn't mind it at all. Wouldn't mind it at all. I mean, it's even rarer. Cool, I guess. I mean, technically it is again a little bit earlier, but technically you are showing up today the amount that you should be showing. Just insane. And still, I would be saying very chokingly that it would be absolutely hilarious to be getting 2% while I'm looking for the 5%. Because it's, for me, it seems to be always the case if I like try to look for somewhat of a rare Pokemon that is not, you know, the rarest. It seems to be that I find sometimes the rarest thing instead. I'm like, huh? What do you mean? Because, as I said, rare things is cool to find, but as I also said, Stone Churner, it can be, I'm pretty sure, more easily be huntable in other places. Because if I would like to go for one, which I probably will be doing at some point because the shiny is quite nice. I'm pretty sure there's a better area to be doing it in. Mainly like quite a good portion of ground tundra. Let's see, Stone Journer. If I can type it. Stone Journer, let's see. Okay. There we go. Let's see, indeed, I did go past it where there is a list of locations. It's apparently kind of available in Shield, but actually no. Oh, it's also available in Lake of Outrage. I don't... Oh, Lake of Outrage is also available as a random encounter. I didn't know that. Because all the other places it's available only in dens. I mean, it makes sense. Lake of Outrage is a quite a interesting one. Probably has to one of the coolest Pokemons, but it's just... Usually the coolest ones are random encounters or otherwise very rare. It's either 2 or 5% there though, in certain weathers. I need to check if it's a visible one, but I doubt that it's a visible one there. I think it's only through random encounters. And it is definitely one of those places that I absolutely hate being doing random encounters. It's most of the time on Lake of Outrage there's only like big Pokemons and it's kind of hard to be getting around them. Yeah, it's not available as like visible one at all. But I indeed know that it's available in the 2 areas. In the Ground Tundra. I would like to say a decent amount. There's like the one that is also like one of those daily like strong spawns, 3 wanderers, whatever my things. Yeah, it's like in Giant Bed, it's 15% in almost every single weather. It should be a wonder there. Yes. Oh, it looks with one of the Snorlaxes, yeah. That's what I kind of thought. And Giant's footage also available in there. Oh god, Sneasel. Again, 15%, like almost every weather, yeah. Yeah, definitely, like, if I want to be going for a Stone Churner, I would be going it for there. I mean, as I said, it would be cool to be finding it in here, but it's quite unlikely. It is quite unlikely indeed. But yeah, I wouldn't mind it though. I will still say that in this game there is so many cool new Pokemon or regional variants that are either only available after you have done like enough of the story or like have completed the story completely. I still find it kind of mean because I don't remember what I was wanting to be getting. Probably like a Ditto or something I wanted to get in the Lake of Outrage. And I was like thinking like I need only to be getting the fancy bike to be able to, you know, be going with the water thing, surfing replacement thing. But then it's like, these Pokemons are too high level. Might as well not give it to us then. Or like adjust the levels there. Oh, it just was such a shame. Because I don't remember for what I needed a Ditto for, or... Like, Ditto is the only one that I can think of that I wanted there. I mean, it could have definitely been, like, one of the 3B line, though, as well. Maybe I was thinking of using one, but... since I wasn't able to get anything from there until I was having all the gym badges, which I still think is such a shame. Like, I'm fine with, like, the levels to be, like, adjusting based on how far you are in the story. I'm fine with that. Oh, speaking of which, I have always kind of find it very sad, kind of, that you can't really find the level 1 or level 2 like raids after you have like completed the story enough. Of course, like, it makes sense that the game wants you to be getting, or the game wants to be giving you higher level things. But there is like some Pokemon though in the level 1 and level 2 that could like would be easier to be getting then. Or from there. It is such a shame. Okay, I'm back. There's some things that needs to be done today, so not that like tight schedule thing though, thankfully, but probably will be aiming to be not going for too long. Like 6 hours again, more or less. I should be, if everything goes as well as they did yesterday, where I should be able to get to 1,800 then. Should be indeed. I would kind of wish at some point in a Pokemon game going forward, where like the right Pokemon isn't like so set in stone or whatever is the right, like the riding method. That we could be choosing which Pokemon it is, kind of like what we did do with like HMs. But instead of like Actually, the Pokemon knowing the move, you could just be assigning that this Pokemon would be used as the surfer, you know? I guess it would be kind of cool to be like, be able to be putting your own Pokemon there, you know? As I said, if it makes sense story-wise, like in Scarlet and Violet, it makes quite a good amount of sense that you are gonna be using the one that you are using. But you know, in some games, if it is indeed the case that it's not tied too much to the story, it would be very nice that you could be choosing yourself. Or make a Pokemon game where none of the usual HMs are not necessary at all. You as the player could be able to swim. Imagine that. I think swimming is literally the only one that would be causing any issues. I mean, surely there is waterfall, but it's not used in too many games. But I think swimming is one of the only ones that should be, in quotes, be fixed. Are you learning how to swim? It's not like there hasn't been Pokemon trainer classes for swimming anyways. So we could be having that indeed. The only problem really be having a Pokemon game where there is no such use for like the HM things is that, of course, that they are already kind of a big part of the games. So it would be a little bit weird if it would be going away, of course. But then again, could be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see indeed. Especially if we would be getting another region like Hishui. Which is like Pokemons are almost not at all used. It could be like useful for that, you know how to get into places. But we shall see. Right in front of me. Just a little Capchu. I would kind of be liking to be getting another Pokemon game where the encounters would be working the way that they do in Sword and Shield, though. It's a shame that it was only for one game. It was such a shame indeed that it was only for one game. Or technically two, but anyways. Because it was a nice idea and I personally did like it. Like, as I said, I don't still mind the overworld only thing, but It is such a shame that it's the cool mechanic of Sword and Shield is gone, because I like Edge. I like how it makes the game feel alive and also be having somewhat of random encounters as well. I will say though that it isn't definitely perfect. I would be wanting it to be changing a little bit. Like be having more of a unique pool compared to what is available in the overworld and what is available with the grass patches. I mean, in most places they are of course different, but maybe there could be even more variety, you know. Maybe there could be even more variety. I will say though that, of course, as I understand, things did improve in the DLCs. The DLCs did definitely make the kind of the balance between the things of like random ones and the visible ones. And I guess I would just personally be wishing that there would be, like, if indeed, like, the Sword and Shield style of encounters would be returning, I would be wishing that the Pokemons wouldn't be like repeating too much from route to route. Huh? I've technically now seen too many of you. I guess I got back to back. Okay. Thankfully not the third time in a row with the 2%, but jeez. Was insane. Oh boy. Yeah, for example, because there's like Pokemons that I don't mind that they are in multiple routes, it's just I would wish more variety. For example, Rockedy is one of those Pokemons that in my opinion is in too many routes. It's in the first route, it's in the second route, but it's also in the third route. I don't mind the beginning part of the very spooky forest that is nearby our house. That's fine with me, because it's kind of like, from like what I see, is that it shares a lot of similar spawns anyways with the first route. So like that's fine with me. But yeah. I would be wishing indeed to be at the random encounters as well. There would be more of unique ones. I don't think it's a thing in too many places. It's more of a thing with the first few routes. But I also don't like that there is the possibility to be finding like somewhat of common Pokemons, like both commonly in the in the grass and in the like visible ones. Because I think Scovet is one of those Pokemons on Route 1. And it's not like not specifically with Scovet, it's just like with any Pokemon, honestly, for me. Oh. Not there. Shoot. And Galore is the one that I would like to be checking out. Yes, Scovet is 40% in the hidden encounters in Route 1. And 50% on the visible one, so it's just ridiculous how common it is. Yeah, that is one of those Pokemons definitely for me that I would just be wishing that it would be one or the other. It's just this ridiculous that so many of them are gonna be most likely one specific Pokemon. And yeah, it is indeed with any Pokemon though that would be having quite a high chance to be found both in the random ones and as the invisible ones as well. But then again, I have always kind of been in that mind personally that I would wish that, especially nowadays since we have a bunch of Pokemons, even though in the Dexes there's only gonna be like 400 or so, I would wish, very well wish indeed that we would be having a funny thing of like more unique things on routes. And kind of also it goes with wild areas in this game as well. The wild areas, it is just unlikely that in random days that you'll be having the same weather in too many places. There is of course like specific days that you know there's gonna be a certain weather like everywhere in Crown Tundra or in any of the wild areas. But those are like set dates, so you know that there's gonna be that weather the whole day there. But you know, in random days it's just quite unlikely that there's gonna be the same weather in too many places. Because most of the areas they unfortunately do be sharing similar-ish like encounter table. If it's like a specific weather. There we go. Now there's more room. The Darmok and the numbers. I also wonder one thing about Pokemon games going forward. Are they going to be having like certain like special kinds of species? Or like groups of species, I guess, to be like a thing? Like we did get like special things like Ultra Beasts. Now we have the Paradox ones as well, for example. Are we gonna be seeing those again? I would like to kind of say yes. And I kind of like the idea that it's, you know, a small group of Pokemon to be having like similar thing, like tying them together. I mean, of course, like with legendaries, it's most likely gonna be the case anyways, but like with like seemingly random ones, but they still, you know, make sense that they would be together there as well. As I said, Paradox Pokemons. Ultra Beasts are indeed like that. It is always interesting to see, though. I don't think was it that big of a thing because I don't remember too much of it. Like there's a bunch of people making like Paradox Pokemons. Like they are trying to do like new ones, you know. Which makes sense because they are like based on like Pokemons that actually already are, you know, a thing. But would it be interesting to be getting... would have been interesting to see if there was too many Ultra Beasts that would have been like that. Like fan-made Ultra Beasts. Because I don't remember seeing them too much myself. I mean, I really didn't do too much, or I didn't watch like Pokemon that much at that point, but... It's like so many different Paradox Pokemons indeed that people make, then they are kind of cool. It is still the thing though that people still are making like mega evolutions for Pokemons as well. So maybe because Ultra Beast, you know, it's a completely new thing. That's the reason why people really didn't like get too much into it, because there's like nothing to be basing off your things. Because I guess technically anything could be an Ultra Beast. I just kind of find it sad that most of the Ultra Beasts, they were made fun of for, you know, being ugly, I guess, and strange. First of all, there has been so many strange Pokemons anyways. And as I said plenty of times, they are meant to be odd. They're from other places indeed. But I do be hoping in the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully we'll be able to find whatever you're looking for, at least get a face. Good lucks indeed. I will say Mount Lanakil is still one thing. The one that I would like to get there the least is Clayley. It could be because I already have a good amount of them and it's, in my opinion, the most disappointing shiny in there, but if I would be getting it, I would be of course happy because it would be that thing over. Be that thing over indeed. I guess if I would be doing like the next like hunt that I will be doing, probably no. It's still too much. Probably the next hunt that I would like to do in Alola is like something that would be having more variety. Like there would be more Pokemons there than 4. And I mean, I do think that it's too much to be asking for as well. I mean, I will say that the Alola weirdly is one of those places that is quite limited on the the amount of Pokemons that are available in places thing. Then again, there's like some places there's a lot of options as well. It's honestly very like either there's a bunch of variety or there is next to nothing with the variety. It is indeed quite interesting indeed. Another one after this with Darumaka. Would be very interesting, or it's gonna be a stone journey once again, since I did find 2 Darumakas. It would be insane. And I'm not really counting that because I couldn't really move. Interesting to see, is the next indeed the random one going to be another Darumaka or not? It's not. It's yet another ice cream. I don't know why, but mostly Mr. Mime's cry for me is very strange. I just find it boring. I think it should be like more interesting, especially considering that even though it's not based on anything like too interesting, it's still like, in my eyes, based on something a little bit more unique. So I would kind of wish that would be having a little bit of cooler cry indeed. Oh, I was able to sneak past. Nice. I still think though that Darumaka in itself, like, it is a very cool idea for a Pokemon. I really like the first introduction with the regular Darumaka. It was very nice indeed. And like, I will say that I do be preferring the Galarian one over the regular one myself. Because I just love how silly does Galarian Darmanitan look. It looks so silly, I love it. And you could just be making the Darumaka as well to be like Snowball as well. So you could just, you know, be rolling it. Rolling it into a nice snowball indeed. I don't know. It is always the case that I kind of would wish that more Pokemons would be getting with some Pokemons like similar things to be going with them. Like for example the Darumaka situation, that it was nice it did get a regional variation, so it did get like the same idea twice, but it still makes sense, you know. Of course it is understandable, like some are supposed to be more unique. Like for example the Rose transform thing. But I will say that I kind of see like Zoroark's the disguising thing as well, and to be similar, but still like feeling like its own thing. It's not like feeling too close to Ditto's transforming thing. Even though, of course, the idea behind the Zoro and Zoroark is that they are going to try and trick you. That is their thing to be trying to do. And Ditto is just trying to be the other Pokemon, like, and to attack like it and such. It is indeed quite interesting and I like it. It is indeed like kind of the same thing, but it just doesn't feel the same. Of course, if you would be getting like a regional variant for like Darumaka in this case, it's just going to be basically the same thing, but just with different typings. But as I said, it doesn't bother me too much. It is still an interesting thing nonetheless. Very interesting indeed. I mean, honestly, there has been a lot of those situations. That like something special for that Pokemon, but then it has become like more of a thing for other Pokemons. For example, Kecleon's thing that it did have originally to be unique to itself. Then it did get like spread around, but as I said again, kind of I'm still feeling a little bit on the unique side. Still feeling quite a bit on the unique side though. It is kind of a shame. I would wish that Kecleon would be in more games, like recent games, available in the wild. I know that Kecleon is, I would like to say, supposed to be like a rare Pokemon because, you know, it do be like having the camouflage thing. But I would kind of like it to be seeing in a game again. And again, like being like a hidden one. So you would need to be trying to look for one. Because it was indeed a shame at first that Kecleon was like only in very few locations. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't even be able to get them like random encounter wise, like at all. They were only in the very few special like encounters. Like sure they are cool, these special encounter things, but with most Pokemons I would wish that there would be more places and ways to be getting them. It doesn't need to be always like, you know, a funny, unique thing. It could be at first, and then it could be like spreading around more. Even though it doesn't make the most amount of sense. Like in Legends Arceus, that was the case for 2 Pokemons. I will say that for the unknowns, it makes kind of sense if you like start to think about it. Because you could just say that since you have all the letters, they are summoning more letters. Could be like something along those lines to make sense. There we go. At least I'm pretty sure in here there can be a really ridiculous situation like I did get with Diomora that you know, it shouldn't be that many times female, but I did get it like ridiculous amount of times to be female. It's interesting indeed. It would do be like that indeed. I don't think that there is anything like that in here. I will say that I do be loving that. I do be getting like somewhat frequently 2 of the Darumaka in a row and then get nothing. Or something else like in between the next ones. Will it happen again? It is very interesting indeed. Well, this time I see. I see how it is. I wonder what they'd make them remove the thing from Alola though, that when you send out a Pokemon, there's like a sound going on to be filling the bar. How many Pokemons you have, ready to be battling. I mean, I don't really mind it. Is it there or is it not there? I mean, I guess it makes sense that, of course, it's not gonna be playing in this Sword and Shield because you don't really see too well these Pokemon's there. Because in the Alola games, indeed, it does every Pokemon kind of shows their eventually hearing the same sound for every single one of them. I mean, it does kind of do it in the Sword and Shield as well, but it's weird. It does look weird. It kind of tries to, do it backwards, but then like someone the front is showing it goes at the wrong time. Interesting things indeed. Very interesting. How things to be working like that indeed. There we go. I would still kind of wish that Absol would be getting something special. Like in the case of it's always seen to be the one to be doing the bad things, even though it's not, it just happens to be there at wrong times. Like, either as a counterpart or I guess a regional variant could be working as well. But to be making the opposite of Absol, make one that actually is doing the bad things. Honestly, that could be working quite nicely as a fairy type. Being completely opposite what Absol usually is. Either a counterpart or regional variant could be very interesting. You know, in here, Absol is a fairy type and it's causing all the trouble. Since it is usually playing to be doing all the trouble, even though it's not, it just appears. It just happens to be at the wrong spot at the wrong time, you know? It could be cool to see to be Pokemon should be doing more or less 180. It is quite unlikely in my opinion, but it would be quite cool though. It's interesting to think about as well that you know, since Mime Junior will be evolving into it will be evolving into the Galarian one. No matter what. Because it's, you know, in Galar, if you will be evolving it in this game. It's just interesting that it didn't also be getting a regional variant. It is not like it needs to, it's just very interesting. And again, one of those situations that it's easily available in the DLC. And I'm pretty sure it's not able, like, you can't be getting a Mr. Mime over there. Maybe through, like, this? And it's not like the situation that is that it's not in the Galar anymore. Because I'm pretty sure it is. Because it didn't start to be a thing that you would be in a different region up until, you know, Scarlet and Violet with Kitakami and Blueberry Academy. Which I still kind of find strange, but anyways. Well, it technically did start as soon as possible that you could be getting the non-regional variant evolutions the base is not the original one. Because you could technically be getting a regular Raichu and a regular Marowak, but it's technically not that you're in a different region, you're in in whatever it's in the ultra space. And like completely somewhere else. It is still a nice feature though, because like technically you're not in Lola anymore. Because it definitely could have been just the case that it would be evolving just in those games to those anyways. Which of course would have been somewhat understandable. And the thing is as well, thankfully it's not like too easy like accidentally to be getting the non-Alola and Raichu in the Lola games. Because you literally just need to be in the ultra space. Or whatever it is, the place anyways. So like, it's not like you can first of all get access to it too early, and second of all, it's not like you'll be too accidentally doing it. And I don't know if it's too well-known thing anyways, even though I think it's like fairly well like talked about and stuff, but I don't know how known it is indeed. And again, I guess I do be miking like in my kind of useless cool things that I know. They're of course not completely useless, but mostly indeed. And I will say honestly, for me personally, I think one of the only ways that I will be using an Everstone on a, like, when I'm breeding is indeed when I want to be getting a specific form. Or like in a specific, like, form, like Galarian form, for example. Because other than that, I don't really see a reason to be... I don't really see a reason to be doing it myself. I know there's a lot of benefits for it, but then again, I've never really been too big of a fan of eggs myself. And also, it's not like it's... I don't think it is like fully said to you out loud. It always can be the case that maybe a random NPC somewhere is like telling you random things. But yeah, it's interesting indeed. Just imagine if there would be a Pokemon game someday. Like, there is only one way to be getting like a certain regional variant, like evolution. And it would be only through like a special place. And you know, it's in part of the usual region itself. I think that could be quite interesting indeed. I mean, I guess one way to be seeing like a regional variant evolution that I could be seeing in a future Pokemon game not to be able to done in that region is actually Galarian Mask. Since you know you need to be going under a very specific place anyways. So it could be that, you know, in there's no such thing, but somewhere else there is similar-ish thing, so it counts. But oh god, I still hope that if indeed the beautiful Runorigus is gonna be coming back in the Pokemon game, I hope that either indeed the evolution method would be altered or there would be like an easier way to be evolving it. It's like, I don't mind tedious evolutions, but it is kind of one of those situations that if like Runorigus would have been like a regular Pokemon from like regular new Pokemon, then you would need to think to be adding like location to be working with it, you know. Always be having like some sort of a thing that would be working there indeed. Check number 300, there we go. Going indeed decently fast. Maybe a little bit slower than yesterday, but what can you do? What can you do indeed? At least like yesterday I haven't yet to be attacking anything. Anything on the Alola. Just being able to run away from things nice and easily. Because the only problem is that I would be attacking them indeed. Because Ghost. Ghost indeed. Oh. It is indeed a Snowburn. Second time in a row that there has been like an exclamation point thing there, and I would like to encounter it instead, but nothing. Not this time though. Just a regular old ice cream. The random ones indeed. It's I don't know, it makes sense that they would be following you and making the sound that they do, but at the same time, why? They could be just, you know, making the sound. It's just always be needing to be looking at you. Also, how are they sometimes going to be doing it? I mean, you are technically okay to be showing up right now. Technically, it's too many, but I mean, up until next 50, it would be too many. It is very interesting indeed. That you'd be showing up. As I said, probably probably feeling bad that it didn't show up enough yesterday. I'm definitely happy to be seeing more Stonejourners though. It's not like every other encounter in here pretty much is a ice type or anything like that. Apart from it. Oh, you know, one thing that I would wish to be again a thing in Pokemon games. Even if it would be for like a very brief moment, is Pokemon's trying to be the thing that they are based on. Like Pokemons trying to be Pokeballs. Some tree Pokemon trying to be trees. Imagine Rotom trying to be a lawnmower, for example. Or whatever it is. Trying to be. That would be quite cool, in my opinion. Maybe one day, maybe one day. You never know. It was indeed, like, in my opinion, a cool thing in Alola. Well, there was the grass trial, and if you would like to skip out on some battles, you would need to be like going into the right place, you know. do the right decisions and such. Oh. Happy little guy. Billy guy indeed. Anyways. I will say that I kind of hope one thing to be a thing though in the next generation though is not to be making a dragon type thing a double battle or like weather based thing. I mean, I don't mind it, but I would just like to be seeing something else. Imagine if they would be bringing back rival battles. I wonder how interesting would be a battle that would be like maybe just like once in a game thing. To be having a whole party, be having the whole party there. I mean, I would like to say that that's most likely gonna be a little bit chaotic. And hopefully it would be nicely done so it wouldn't be having good frame rate issues. I mean, I will say that and mostly the 3DS did handle the triple battles quite well with the models. There was just like very few situations if you would be doing like having certain Pokemons there that it would be absolutely awful to be looking at. But it's not like it was bad all the time. It is a shame though that the like Dynamax things in Sword and Shield. Some camera angles are very laggy. Of course, like it is what it is. It's understandable, but what? Indeed. I kind of want to check that. What was the thing for the Galarian? The Galarian. The yellow sand slash for me last year, indeed. I'm actually curious about it. Another patch you guys see. There we go. Was only 1,000. This was like almost the shiny charm mods, that one. So it makes sense why this one would be taking longer. I thought it was more closer to 2k, but no, it was... it's indeed not the case there. Okay, there we go. Fixed a thing, there we go. It was a lot shorter than I remember then. A lot shorter of a hunt than I remembered, indeed. So well, yeah, it was indeed closer to shiny charm mods, like one in... It was 1,300 and like something. So basically, shiny charm mods. Yeah. It's not the Kapichu. Let's go. It's a funny monkey thing everyone knows and loves. I will still say one thing though, that Darumaka, especially the Galarian one, it doesn't look too much like a monkey. It really doesn't look too much like a monkey. It does look more like, you know, that could be like, it makes more sense that it probably is like a monkey based on the evolution. Evolution definitely has some things going for it. It does make it indeed be looking more like it could be indeed a monkey. If I can do like 800-ish checks each time that I do be doing the rare marker, it doesn't take too long to be hitting the odds. Like 5 or 6. Which isn't too bad at all. It isn't too bad at all indeed. It's a pretty decent progress indeed. Considering everything. I mean, of course, the thing is that if I will be able to get the Mount Anakila one done, it's most likely gonna be getting slightly bit faster. Even if I would be doing like another hunt on this side there, but the Mount Lanakila, as I said, the catch, not the catch brass, the brass patch there is oddly shaped. So like if I would be doing something like Glimwood there, it would be a lot easier because it's not as a strange shape. There isn't too many places to be running into. What a watch could be getting today bunch of Glailies. I think Glalie is one of the ones that is the 30%. Don't have Mount Lanakila opened. Gonna be checking there. Oh, actually I can. So I can go from here again, go for Sneasel and then go quickly from there. Sneasel also appears in here in row 10. If I remember correctly, Sneasel and... no, it's Absol and the Alola one for sure. Would be the 20%. I mean, it would be making sense. It would be like that. Mount Lanakila. It's the only place to be finding it anyways. Not in the base. Probably there, then the upper case lower. Oh, it is Sneasel and Absol, it seems like. It doesn't honestly matter too much which way it is. Oh yeah, Drampa is indeed available in here. Or in the cave, that is. I do be liking Drampa, personally. It's just a weird place, in my opinion, where it is found in. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that I'm on the upmost area. But yeah, the encounter table, it doesn't change at all. It doesn't change at all. Depending on where you are. Oh yeah, soon we should be starting to see it getting brighter in the Mount Lanakila. Kind of tempted, honestly, to be switching the time like that. In both games, there would be the time of day would be changing at the same time in quotes. It isn't that big of a deal though, but I could technically do that. It's not like it would be requiring anything too much to be done. It's like 2 hours. So it's not like that big of a deal anyways. But then again, does it really matter? No, it's really, no. Would be cool, probably, a little bit. And then again, as I said, it's not really too necessary. It's really not. I will say one thing that I have kind of noticed when I have been doing this Darumaka hunt that I haven't really been paying attention to is that above the snow's eyes are purple. This is like I've never really been paying attention to them. I guess because I was yesterday thinking about the dude's eyes. Who it is? The dude. It is known to be as well the Snover and the pre-evolution because it does have green eyes and they do be changing with the shiny. I don't know if it's an edgy thing, edgy side of me, but I always do be loving when characters do be having either two colored eyes or they are having like one eye to be some other ways to be a different color, you know, since battles and such. And you be loving them. I know that it's one of those things that has become not really a norm, but it has been done quite a good amount of times already, so it's like it's nothing new in quotes. But I don't think that, in my opinion at least, it has been too overused yet. Like, surely has it been used? Yes. But then again, the thing is with games that at some point, or like things in general, you can create new things forever. It's of course nice that when there is more of a unique thing for whatever it shall be, I do be quite liking them. At the same time, you know, not everyone needs to be feeling the uniqueness in that level. I honestly more like when, even though it's always unfortunate that when certain characters in games have like cool looks to them, but then you're like, I wish I could be having those as well. It's I think for me it's mostly like certain like hairstyles that like characters can be having, and then you're like, I would wish I could be having that as well. Like, I understand it's like a unique thing for them, but at the same time, like, why couldn't I though? I mean, sometimes it's a case that you unlock them after a certain thing with the NPC or whatever, but so most of the time it's just, you know, unique thing for that character, never to be seen with anyone else. I know that there's like some like unique clothes as well that some like characters have. I don't really feel too strong about them. I don't mind to be missing out on them. Could be because usually, you know, characters, if they have like special clothing, in my mind they fit that, but if I would be trying it myself it would be, you know, too over the top. You'll be liking myself quite a simple look. But then again, each to their own though. I will still say though that I personally be... Even though I will be spending way too much time on it, I always love when I can be making a nice and unique character. I always spend too much time on it, in quotes. I mean, it's technically, you know, you can never be spending too much time on it, but... you know, I know that there is definitely people that are even, like, in quotes worse with it, that they want to be creating a perfect character. But sometimes I just feel bad that I'm spending like an hour-ish making it, but it is the beauty of the game. And the thing is, even though it's quite normal nowadays that you could be changing things on the go, you know, they're not really set in stone as much as they used to be. At the same time, I would like to be creating something from like straight away and then kind of never touch the customizing part. I'm surprised that that actually wasn't the Mr. Mime. Hitboxes do be like that though. Hitboxes do be like that though, they are sometimes so weird that... Not gonna be encountering things. Oh yeah, speaking of like... I like customizing things very much. Making like nice and unique characters. I kind of like it when you can like only customize your own character, at least from the start. Like, you know, I wouldn't mind to be like making a house later on, kind of a thing. I just don't really like those games too much that here is like 3 different things that you need to be creating straight away, but you get access to them like after like 10 hours of play. Like, I kind of understand it, but like, why couldn't I just create them when, you know, I'm actually gonna be seeing them first? Because like, if it is indeed like 10 hours in game time that I would be then getting it, what are the chances that I have been forgetting how I made the dude look like quite high? I mean, it's not too bad for all games, because some games do be having quite a good amount of like preset things that you could then like customize further down to your liking. But yeah, I definitely do be preferring personally to be customizing things one by one rather than customize indeed 5 different things at the start of the game. As I said, making 2 hours of all the characters and whatever methods that the game needs. Needs/wants to be made. It is though always nice that you can be getting a personal touch to the game though. you know, really feel like it's your journey. But too much is too much. In my opinion, one of the best parts of being at the end of the year is that when you're, you know, buying things, you can just look at the year and, like, if it does say, you know, next year, then you're good to go. Absolutely love it because sometimes it's annoying to try and think about, like, has this expired or is this gonna be expiring soon? I've talked about it, I think, before that. I just hate how short-lived most of the products are. Especially for us, because only 2 people eating, so it's most likely that it's gonna be going bad before we can eat it all. And you know, not everything comes, unfortunately, in a smaller size, so you can't even be buying like a smaller size. Or if there is options, there is just not the ones that you would like to be having. It's mostly the issue is with bread though. It's like the one that is like the biggest of struggles. Also, I still do be finding it quite funny because, you know, the bread tags, you know, that's shows like the expiry date or whatever thing. Those tags in here, in most situations, they are quite different from the usual ones. So I, like, for the longest time, I didn't understand the thing that why were people accidentally eating them? Because for us, it's like so much different. It doesn't look like anything that you would be really putting on bread. But like once seeing, especially the ones that are a little bit more on the yellow side, I completely understand why it is easy to make that mistake. There is some like breads in here that do be using those kinds of bread tags, but it's very rarely. And also I will say one thing, if you would like to reseal it with a bread tag, I would like to say that the one that we have mostly in here is a lot easier to do it with. With that indeed. It's going quite nice. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Yourself. Going quite nicely indeed. I was about to ask when you show up again. There you are, Sojourner, my friend. Are you planning on doing any hunting today yourself? Nice. Good to hear that you're doing well. And yeah, to be appreciating showing up. Oh, again. Again with you. Almost back to back. Almost back to back. 2% again today. It will be. But Mountain Aquila is indeed pretty much anything that I can get there, I'm fine with. Once I get something there, I'm not gonna be going for Absol specifically if I don't get it. Because I did get almost last year. It was like in the, or was it last year? I don't remember. Somewhat of a year ago. I did get the main target there, which was Alolan Sandslash. I just put Absol the in quotes target there, but literally anything. Literally anything is fine there. Just would like to put that hunt to be done with. Has been on and off hunting for a year, indeed. What's up with you now? Jeez. Stonejourner. Again showing up? What do you mean by that? Jeez. It's supposed to be a 2%. I will say, even though it's always weird when there is like a 2% Pokemon instead of like 1%, which I think is a normal thing, it's always cool to be seeing them though. Pokemon did have like weird chances to be appearing in that. Because it's not like too many times that you see something to be a 2% or 3%, for example. It's usually either like 5% or 1%. 4% is decently like common, because sometimes it's the case that if there is a 1%, it's gonna be like 4% the other like rare one. It's interesting. No, I haven't gotten anything so far. I mean, apart from getting pretty lucky recently with the Stonejourners, because they are 2%, I have technically seen too many of them for that. But then again, I was quite unlucky with them yesterday, so I guess game being nice to me today because of that. Because I would like to say back-to-back 2% is quite rare. Thanks to your hunts as well, whatever shall you be hunting? I mean, the thing is as well, the Darumaka hunt, it has only just started anyways. So I'm not expecting to be finding anything there. Yeah. Doing the hunts only when you're feeling like doing the hunts is a good thing. Keeps you motivated to do them when you do them then. It's always interesting to see, though, when there is some sort of a break from, for some reason or another. One reason or another. It's interesting to see because, like, it seems like half of the people are, like, just, you know, chilling. Because, you know, gets break from work, from school. And then there's the other half that is just going to be going to see everyone, which also makes sense, but I mostly want to be at home chilling if I would be having a break from school. It's always interesting to see, though, how people are doing it differently indeed. Yeah, and of course there's always other things that are more important than needs to be like prioritized as well. Thankfully there wasn't too many times when I was in school that there needs to be something done over the summer or the... I like to call it Christmas break because it is basically what we call it. Then there was not too many times that we needed to do something in those. There's a few summers that I remember that I needed to do like I needed to be collecting like flowers one summer for like a project. And I will still say that that was probably one of the useless things ever. It didn't teach me anything. And it was very frustrating to be finding... Because I think it was like... Even hitting the minimum was very hard to be doing. Because they were expecting you to be like traveling somewhere to be getting like flowers or whatever from somewhere else. Which is strange because like not everyone has the money to do so, or like parents say might not have time to be taking kids somewhere else. But I mean, I did manage to get at least a minimum of it. I don't remember any of it though. I'm pretty sure the thing is in the trash. You could have like kept it, but I couldn't be bothering with it. For some reason I'm thinking that the minimum, like the things that you need to collect there, which was mostly flowers, but plants, some plants were also expected, were okay in there. It was like 30. Yeah, but it was like supposed to be like that you were like trying the flowers anyways. And this was like almost 10 years ago. So it probably isn't in the best conditions anymore. Because I didn't do too good of a job at like making sure that they were very dry. Also, I will say one thing that I did have like zero motivation to be doing it in the first place. I think it was like during like 1 or 2 days I was just going somewhere to like pick a bunch of like things for it, and then I was like, good enough, I don't care enough to be making it better. As I said, it definitely would have been helping if I would have been going somewhere else to be getting like plants from there, but we didn't go anywhere, and we like very rarely did go anywhere in the or in any of the breaks really. It's a very rare thing for us to be traveling anywhere. Like maybe seeing like grandmas and stuff like that, but apart from it, like almost never did go anywhere for a vacation. First, it was like hard to be getting time that like both parents would be able to attend each, and then it kind of did go in that no money. And I mean, I have never really been too much of a travel person. I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing it though. I will say also one thing that is kind of ridiculously expensive to be going to a hotel or some sort of in here as well. It's like I would wish it would be a little cheaper. I mean, I rarely do be going in here, like in the country. I would be traveling to somewhere and wanting to spend the night there. Because most of the places that we go to, we can like go in the morning and get back when it's nighttime. It's not that many like hours worth of time. Thanks. It is indeed quite nice. I quite like it as well. Yeah, but I will say though, not like in general, not everyone's like who even is like a popular like content creator. Not their profile pictures or avatars, whatever my things, they're not too like mind-boggling, you know. They're like just something. Honestly, sometimes simple is the best way to be going. Because... What? With you again. Because sometimes if you do make like too complicated of like profile picture, since they are usually very small, it just looks like it's just a pixel. Pixel mess that doesn't make any sense. Like, I will say that I don't of course mind when people are doing like very nice, like realistic slash complicated looking like pictures or photos, whatever my thing. But at the same time, like they look cool, but At the same time, there is the charm of simple things, though, for me at least. I do be liking quite a bit the simple ones as well, because it's just a thing, because I think like at some point it was indeed in the internet very much of a thing that everything needed to be looking as complicated as possible. And I found it very boring. Because everything needed to be like cool and complicated, and I'm like, this cool simple thing looks cool. Because it could be also that because I did grow up with like, you know, PlayStation 1, not too good graphics, you know? So, you know, I don't mind having in quotes bad looking things compared to nowadays. Because it's interesting like how much you can actually be getting out of like simple looking things. It's very interesting indeed. Because I will say sometimes if like a very old game that did indeed like nowadays standards looks like a pixel mess, when they do be getting like remakes, they do be losing some of that charm that they did originally have. Part of it definitely could be that you just remember it to be different. But the other part is that it is just going to, of course, look different. But then again, sometimes remakes are very nice. I will say that remakes are good for that because, of course, like the older the original release was, like console-wise, if it was on a console, it's going to be harder to play. You know, things break. In like maybe the newer TVs are not gonna be able to produce like the picture on the screen of the old console sometimes, even without at least an adapter or a sort of sorts. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks for stopping by and have a great day. Have a great day indeed. Bye. I like that the one of the emotes, the on stream chat doesn't know how to display it. It's the only one that it doesn't know how to, which is strange. It'll be interesting how it works sometimes though. Because you even used the same one twice there and the other one worked. Interesting. Technology sometimes is very interesting indeed. I will say though, I still do be finding it to be such a shame that the old games that when you did play when you were a kid, they did look cool and stuff like that. If you nowadays would like to play them like in the same way, it is very hard indeed, because it's not too easy to be finding like a TV that would be, the old kind. Also, they are very like expensive to use, which is of course understandable because old all things are old. And it really depends, I guess, on the game that you would like to play as well. This thing, that how expensive it is to get each. Because some games they do be going for ridiculous prices, unfortunately, and then some are more affordable. Thankfully, I'm personally not like too sad about it. Of course, it is a little unfortunate that cool old things aren't so cool anymore because you can't play them. But then again, maybe one day indeed. Because it's a thing, thankfully, nowadays, that most things that they are very old indeed. And you would think that you wouldn't be able to get a... You wouldn't be able to get to play them again, more or less on the original way. They become like decently available, either with remakes or in some cases that the creators are like adding an emulator to their system that you can play them. Like with Switch, for example, you can be playing some older games. Of course, they are not the original for sure, and there is usually input lag is a thing. But I would like to say that it's better than nothing. And of course, if you're the type of person that cares about things, at least it's, a legitimate way to be doing it as well. If you do be caring about that thing. Will still say though that even to this day I'm a little bit of jealous of people that that can indeed be having like cool video game collections. It just looks so cool. I appreciate more of those dudes though that are actually at least every once in a while playing some of the games. Because it's understandable that if you have like hundreds of games indeed, that you can't of course be playing them all, but at least, be playing some of them. I understand the collection part of people. Of course, it's understandable, but at the same time, most of the things, especially like video games, they are meant to be, be used. In this case, their use would be to play them. There is, I think, like few games that I would like to play that like it's impossible to be playing them on like up-to-date computers, like, you know, the ones that are supported kinds. But there is of course a ways around it. Probably the more unfortunate part is that I don't have any more the discs for them. But still, I can kind of play them. I'm like I've been planning on for years to be playing one game again. It's kind of scary. Or not really scary, but it has. At least it did have for me like an uncomfortable feeling the whole time that I was playing, but I did like enjoy it in general. I just need to like see, you know, can I be playing it and stuff like that. How can I be playing it indeed? There was for a long time the problem that I just didn't remember what the name of the game was. Like that was actually a problem for a long time because like it's hard to be like finding can you play the game thing if you don't even remember the name of the game. But thankfully I do be remembering it now. And the weirdest thing is that I don't even know like really how I did like remember it all of a sudden. Like just one day, you know, pop into my mind that the name of the game is this. And then it definitely did help out to be finding out things about it. There we go. It is always a shame, though, that when you know, are a kid, and you know, you play something and whatever it is, like you have something and then either you or your parents gets rid of it, and then you are, when you're older, you're just wishing you could be having it again, you know? I mean, of course, it's like a good thing to be getting rid of things that you don't need. I understand that, but sometimes it's a shame that you do be missing something only years after you have been getting rid of it already. And like, there's no way to be getting it back, you know? I'm surprised how many times I've been able to get them encounters like basically at the same time. A decent amount of times indeed. Of course, like, I can't really be knowing when I will be getting an encounter on the Mount on Aquila. Because there is no such thing as the explanation points. Which I will still say that it is indeed a quite nice feature that you can, like, say no to repels pretty much. You don't need to be caring about them. Because it just doesn't matter at all, because you can just avoid random ones. The explanation points, that is. Surfing ones still are, or can be, I guess, a difficulty thing to be dodging for sure, but because if you don't remember that there is a Pokemon that has, like, jumped underwater and then it's gonna be jumping out of the water, you know. Apart from that, it's quite nice and easy to be dodging things. So of course with the Whisperpool ones you can just not encounter them. Easy as that. I understand that probably the 3DS indeed couldn't be handling like extreme like animations, like the cool like interest animations for the Pokemon in Sword and Shield are, for example. But there is some that do like certain kind of move when you encounter them, like Absol for example. That I would wish it would be doing the animation a little bit later instead. So you know you would be able to see. You would be able to see it indeed. Oh. No Snover. How are you? That was Snover, and I see how it is, game. Snover is being very aggressive today, I guess. Being very much being on the places that I would be encountering it indeed. Very aggressive. We'll treat this. I don't know still why, but I would absolutely love to be getting like a tree Pokemon that would be small. I know there is a lot of them, like I guess Bonsly could be counted as one. Sleep Bonsly, whatever my thing. Could be counted as a small tree Pokemon. But I think there could be more. There is indeed available small trees anyways in the world. It's not like we haven't gotten a like tall tree, like ridiculously tall tree Pokemon before. So getting the opposite would be also quite nice. I guess it could be working if we would be getting a more colder region in general. Because, you know, in cold places they tend to be smaller trees that are quite similar to bushes, but you know. You know, though. Could be though. I guess Novern is kind of a small one compared to like some other like the usual three Pokemon. They're quite big. The thing is that it is quite, you know, even though it's like height-wise, it's not the like tallest. It is still a pretty big Pokemon though. It is a very round. They do be very round indeed. I don't know, I'm trying to think of like cool plants that there is in here. We could be getting a Pokemon based on. I can't really think of anything that would be, you know, very cool and exciting. I'm too stretched. I've been sitting indeed for a while. Like 4-ish hours. Could be stretching indeed. It is, speaking of sitting for long periods of time, it is very unfortunate, you know, that everything that you would like to do is most likely in one way or another bad for you. You know, the way that you want to be sitting and sometimes even sleeping in, you know, it's a nice... It feels nice to be there, but of course it's like bad for you. I mean, of course it's the most apparent when you're eating. You're eating things. All, you know, the healthy things. They don't like taste too good. I still would wish... Of course there's ways to be making like healthy food to be like good tasting. I know that, but like, as I said, if you would be buying like ready meals, stuff along those lines, I would wish indeed the healthy things as well would be, you know, tasting decent. It would be very nice indeed if that would be the case. That's right, it's nowhere in there. Almost indeed. But yeah, indeed, today is most likely going to be the last random encounter hunt on stream, that is. Might be doing Ice Path a little bit, of course, myself on my own, but on stream today most likely is the last one indeed, because tomorrow I'm going to be doing the Ace, as I said before. Be getting those done, and then it might be also the last stream of the year. Because I most likely will not be having time on Sunday. But yeah, it'll be what it do be though. It's been a nice year this year. Nothing too much to be complaining about. Not too much to be complaining about at all. I'm still quite sad though that I haven't been able to get anything cool from the winter themed shinies from Pokemon Go, you know, the costume ones. As I said, I did get the one Darumaka there, but I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be counting it away from like how many I would like to hunt, which is 2 in the Sword indeed. Just a little sad indeed. As I said, I only have like one costume one myself. So, you know, it would be nice to be getting some more. Even though the costume itself, it doesn't really do anything. But it is a cool looking one nonetheless. Cool looking one nonetheless, indeed. I would just still kind of wish that there would be a Pokemon game someday where costumes would be a bigger thing. I have talked about it before. I understand that the things contests, they really aren't a thing anymore in Pokemon games. Which is a shame. Especially, like, thinking about, like, how many, how many dudes would be very fitting for the more of the contest-based ones, like Scarlet and Violet, for example. There is, in my opinion, 2 cool options there, at least. So, you know, it would be cool to be getting things there. And as well, there would be cool to be having a Pokemon game someday that there would be contest things, but as well, you could be dressing up yourself as well there. Be either matching with your Pokemon or doing something with your Pokemon's looks as well. I know that most of the time the things that are called contest, they are quite basic. But then again, if we would be getting a Pokemon games or Pokemon game only based on that, then it could be having something a little bit more complicated on each. But yeah, maybe one day, maybe one day. It's just, as I talked about it before as well, that I would like to be getting like cool side games to Pokemon games. It's just the thing that they have kind of not been doing anything like too drastically different. Haven't done anything too drastically different indeed for quite some time, which is a shame. Like, there surely has been, but like has been years since there has been like a completely new one. And as I said, it would be also nice to be having one where, like, overall battling wouldn't be a big thing. Because I will say one thing that if the thing has the word Pokemon on it, at least a certain amount of people will be buying it no matter what. That's the truth. It's gonna be at least a certain amount of people that would be buying it. But yeah, I don't really know, because I know that contests, people don't usually talk about them too much. Which is a shame, because even though I'm not personally either too interested in them, but maybe even indeed if there would be a game that would be explaining it very well to you, and it would be the main thing of the game anyways, maybe I could be liking it. It just is indeed a thing that not really a thing in too many games to start with. And then there is the thing of it is kind of similar each time. At least, like, certain parts of the contest, they are indeed quite similar. Would be definitely interesting if it would be not drastically different, but you know, different enough. Different enough indeed. Could be very interesting. There we go. Because it is always a weird thing sometimes how like certain things in like games can be getting very popular like all of a sudden. But then on the other end there is the very quickly made mobile games that want to be, you know, something that is very trendy at the moment. Might not be getting too many updates and are very buggy. It's, you know, always gonna be those kinds of games though that, you know, try to be as fast as possible out and try to be, you know, the trendy thing that is going on at the moment. Trying to go for that. Which is, you know, of course understandable, but sometimes it's a shame. For me. Like, of course I understand wanting to be trendy and stuff like that, but sometimes those games could be like actually good if they would be waiting a little bit longer before they were released. Also, I will say one thing that I'm very glad about is that it was like a time, like, not too long time ago, but still like some time ago, that there was the thing of like games to be having ads like every few seconds. And it was very unfortunate. Like, you would think that, hey, this is a cool game, but then like getting ads all the time, and then, you know, I'm not gonna be paying money to be able to be playing this game. As I said before, I would rather be paying for the game first and then like never pay again basically, than get a free game and then like in order to be playing the game to be paying. I know it's still a thing nowadays, but it has definitely calmed down from what it was. Also, I always love those ads for games that are like, you can play this offline. And then when you actually go ahead and try it, you know, and then it's like, no, you need to be connected to the internet in order to play it. And you're like, huh? I thought you said that you could be playing without the internet. There honestly sometimes I would wish that there would be more interesting games to me that I could be playing indeed offline. You know, when you are in a train or something like that. You know. Also, like, not everywhere you want to be bringing like a console. You might be just wanting to be going with the phone instead, or you have packaged it somewhere else. I mean, it has been quite some time since I've seen you. Nice to be seeing you once again, Stonejourner. You want to be appearing again? Like, straight away after I run away. Is that the thing that you want to do? No, not this time. Imagine if it's like in Pokemon games they would be secretly be doing it that only like one singular patch of grass could be the only way to be encountering a Pokemon. How much of a pain that would be. Like, it's not like, you know, this big grass patch. Like in Alola, for example, there is like certain patches of grass that you will be able to encounter like different Pokemon in, you know? But like in the big patch of grass, like one singular one could be getting you the one that you want. Imagine that. I mean, I guess with rustling grass it is kind of the way. I guess with that is kind of the thing, but technically also it's not only one. Because I'm pretty sure it can be like different spots. I would like to say. Oh, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? How are you doing indeed today? Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day myself, thanks for asking. Doing, you know, checks for the dudes. If any of them would be liking to be the funnily different colored ones. Funnily different colored ones indeed. That's good to hear that you're doing good. I do be liking Pokemons. Do be liking Pokemon games, and Pokemons are quite cool. Do be liking to collect rare things. Yeah, very nice to be collecting indeed. My favorite Pokemon is most likely Dragonair. Still not completely, but I have been saying that it is my favorite of the bunch. Do you have a favorite Pokemon yourself? Zoroark is a very nice Pokemon. He's quite a unique on its own way, having a cool thing that only the evolutionary line knows how to do. They unfortunately can be quite a pain to sometimes be getting in games because they tend to be decently rare, but not bad. Gengar is also a nice one. I personally like Ghastly the most of the whole line, but it is probably just because the quick claw thing again. It probably is the reason why I like Ghastly the most, is because it was my first ever shiny. I was trying to complete the decks. It's a special place like that indeed. I mostly play random games apart from Pokemon games. Do be playing every once in a while Animal Crossing as well. I'm personally not the biggest of fan of playing horror games. They are not my thing. Yeah, I know that there is like a decent amount of good like horror games, but yeah, I don't want to play them. I might be watching. I honestly watch quite a good amount of them. I just don't personally want to be playing them. Getting scared way too easily. Yeah, I streamed for quite some time indeed. Streams for quite some time indeed. I've been streaming like... Is it only 2 years? Yes. About 2 years, a little bit over. And no, I just graduated from yeah, I just graduated from the place, University of Applied Sciences, what it is called. You also need to be having average viewers high enough in order to be getting affiliated. That's another thing that you need to be having. It's just not the followers that count. Yeah, you need to be having 3 viewers in average. Indeed, and as well be streaming enough in the 30 days. Nice. Yeah, that is understandable. Sometimes life goes like that. Something becomes more important. Yeah, it is. It is very nice when you do be finding the thing that you would like to do. Indeed. Sometimes it can be very hard to be finding what you want to do, and that's why, at least in here, there's a bunch of people that are like seeming like they're always studying something new because things change what they want. Sounds interesting. Sounds very interesting indeed. That's good to hear, yeah. It is good to hear indeed. It is nice that you can sometimes indeed be building a nice community. It can of course be taking some time to do, and you know, things change. Some people new come in, old go out. Because you know, life is what it is. Life do be working sometimes in very strange ways. You never know what you're gonna be hitting next. I'm currently not doing anything else apart from streaming. I'm just chilling afterwards. There you go. Yeah. Nice. No, I don't use webcam myself. Currently don't even have one connected to the computer even. Well, I'll get the 3 average viewers when I get there. It's gonna be happening when it happens. It's quite a good amount of things that would be helping to be getting 3 average viewers, I know, but I'll just wait until it happens. Some days are gonna be slower anyways, and there's literally nothing that you can do about them. Some days there's just not too many people doing anything. cat to be very sleepy today. Probably when I get moving again, she's gonna be very confused. She seems to be quite heavily asleep right now. It's soon 7 p.m. I hope the cat does take, by the way, the New Year's quite well. She usually doesn't care. And thankfully, technically, they can't legally be doing any firework things. We can't legally be doing any firework things in this place anyways. Well, the previous years some ones have been doing it in anyways. Thankfully they should have already moved out from here so... It's only 1 year anyways. Hasn't happened more than that. But I would like to say that even though we are not here, I think the cat is pretty chill because usually, of course, she's scared she's gonna be going ahead and hiding somewhere, but we very rarely do be finding her hiding anywhere when it's New Year's. And I have also seen that, like, anyways, like New Year's, like the celebration has calmed down quite a bit over the years. Also, starting from next year, it might be like a thing that regular people can't even be. Regular people can't be even using fireworks. It's only gonna be then from. It's only gonna be from the like cities and stuff. Sure, you can share an idea. Didn't really mean to run into you, but you were there. Middle of the place, as you do. Tend to be, indeed. There we go. Isn't the model down Marcos lately? Love it. Love it indeed. Isn't the mound indeed? But always should be appreciated when can see the target. Also like to see something for sparkling kind still from the Mount Lanakila. As I said plenty of times, I just wanted to be done. So unfortunately if I can't get it today, anything there is gonna be going to next year then. I don't think that I will be right now be doing any changes to my things. Oh. Snowburn. Hello there, Mr. Mime. How you doing, indeed? It's not like I'm gonna be running into you. It sounds like a good idea, but I'm personally not interested in changing my things around right now. There we go, running into it, of course. Stupid expected. Oh. Nice, Star Marco. Be cool to be seeing a few more sojourners before. Be nice to be seeing a few more sojourners indeed before we will be here. Done with today's encounters. It's still a decent amount away though, so quite likely that I will be able to see a few of them. Yeah, but no thanks. If I want to change things, I will be making them myself. Not really, but I'd rather do things myself. I like it. I don't really do artwork too much, but I do indeed be interested in doing things myself instead. No, I'd rather not shake it. As I said, I will be doing everything myself, most likely. I've done everything so far myself, so not really planning on changing it, but thanks for the offer though. the sunset time, you'll be looking very pretty indeed. Yeah. I don't really see a reason to. You didn't do anything wrong anyways. Oh. That's strange. I mean, I guess if some people are getting a lots of offers, they are getting tired of each. Yeah, and that's you as well. Yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Have a great rest of the day indeed. We should be able to hit today also nighttime encounters, even though I did start a little bit earlier. It's gonna be more or less 6 hours. A little bit more. Yeah, I don't really have any friends that are streaming. Um, And it is a good start though. The 1600 though. For like, as I said, for 2 days, I'm completely happy with each. I mean, it is going to be technically more encounters than I usually do. Because I'm not gonna be picking or be doing it picky which I will be encountering because it's random encounters. It's gonna be still a little bit slower than Cleanwood would be. For some reason I'm thinking that if I would be doing only Cleanwood, I could be getting like 1,000 done easily. It's just because there's like, I of course try to dodge the other Pokemon that are, you know, are the visible ones. I don't need to be worrying that in Glenwood. I kind of would wish that in some parts of Glenwood there honestly would be visible encounters as well. I don't think it should be anywhere. I kind of like the idea that there's like almost no visible ones at all. But I think in some places there could be, because there's the certain someone that you can interact with named Morgram. That certain someone indeed. Yeah, I guess if that would be the case, then like some of the routes could be like that as well. Like some spots would be like there wouldn't be encounters, the visible ones. I know there is quite an easy way to be making that to be the case. In some places, you know, if you can like lure the Pokemon like far enough away and get into encounters decently fast, you can like kind of get rid of the visible encounters with that. I was thinking of doing a little bit of a different background for next month as well. I was meant to be doing it when I started to do the Darumaka hunting already, but I kind of forgot, and then I also did kind of run out of time then. you know, again, I don't know how long I will be having it on. I would like to say probably at least January, maybe some of even February as well. Is indeed quite likely the case indeed. A little bit of a wintry one indeed. Kind of what I did do indeed for October as well, that I did have the orange one and also with the Safari Week I did have that going on there as well. Well, that one was specifically for safari hunting, but then again, I definitely didn't go only safari when it was Safari Week. But then again, it's like a week or so. It's only a week or so, so it's fun. It's such nice and fast encounters, especially in PDSP when you can be using the funny honey Pokemon to be getting fast encounters. I mean, other Pokemons can of course learn it, but it's with scent. Right? Pretty sure. Just use the honey Pokemon myself. That was what I did have available. And you know, Combi is reasonably easy to be capturing anyways. It is indeed. Soon 100 more to go. Based on things, it might be even like shorter than yesterday. Today's hunting session, but you never know. I could be getting very unlucky though. Like I was like more I'm thinking about like it could be like quite a good amount of under 6 hours, but I don't think it's still gonna be too much under 6 hours. Considering that it takes more or less about 45 minutes to be getting 100 encounters, it's still gonna be taking a while to be getting into 1500 the Darumaka Hunch. Yeah. But I guess if I would be finding something after a decent while for the last 100, mainly for Darumaka that is, that I would probably not be starting a new phase. I guess Mount Lanakila, if I find something there, good. If I find something in Mount Lanakila, I will be very, very happy. With Darumaka, it is a chance that I would be trying to start a little bit of a... so to get a little bit more done indeed there. A little bit of a, you know, start for the next phase. Yeah, the thing is that when I do be moving into the wild area again, or the snow slide slope to be specific, there is a thing that I need to remember to really look out this time is the move sets. I mean, the only one that I know that is like bad for me is in that weather is Absol with Perished Song. And having soundproof with that will be like basically enough to be safe, at least from that. Because the thing is that I don't think that I would need damp there. Another thing that I kind of need to be looking for is to be seeing if I need impression for anything. Because that could be a thing, because it could be, you know, imprisoning more scary moves. Because in there shouldn't be any Pokemon that would be having neutralizing gas. Because I'm pretty sure there is only one line that has it. And last time that I checked, it's not available in Ground Tundra. Last time that I checked, indeed, it's not available in there. I'm honestly so glad that there is so much information in the internet about the scary moves that Pokemons can have, you know. Or movesets in general. It's very nice that we do be having a very good information on them. I mean, I will say though that I would honestly mind to be playing a game based on the knowledge of that you can get from like a guidebook. I wouldn't mind that at all. It could be like very interesting. But the thing is, anyways, with me, if I try to look for information about games, is that I try not to be getting like the right answer straight away. I would rather try to get like more of a hint where I should be going, you know. But of course, like, the unfortunate thing is that most of the time you just will be getting the final answer to whatever is the issue. It is kind of a shame, but also understandable at the same time that there is not really too many guidebooks for games anymore. Well, most of them, of course, they don't need it, and then there is the other part of the thing that internet is the thing. Like, sooner or later, someone is gonna be making some kind of walkthrough for pretty much any game. Which is, you know, nice. Very nice indeed. I would wish one thing with with more games is that I would wish more games would be giving you like in-game not really a guidebook but a hint book, you know. I don't know, it is kind of normal I guess nowadays to be having something like that. Sometimes I would wish that, you know, more games would be having it. Or like at least have like, you know, once you have got anything, then you could then like see where did you get it if you don't remember how did you get something. Or then notebook of some sort to the game itself so you could be taking notes yourself. That would be also quite nice. It's by the way quite insane how loud it is to be riding with Choros if it's not in the grass. I know you can't hear it, but it's like insanely loud. You can really hear like every single stomp sound. And very clearly be hearing every single stomp sound indeed. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, since I'm a little bit disappointed how does the ice texture look on Snowmon, Scarlet and Violet, I would still be quite excited to see how Vanillish and Vanillux would be looking like though. I guess they could be looking quite nice. I think Beartick looks okay, but I guess because Vanillish and Vanillux, they do be having quite different color, you know, on the the ice part. It's like already like quite a bit darker than the other ones are that I have mentioned. I'm pretty sure at least. I'll double check. At least it's the case very well when it's, you know, nighttime. That is like very much a darker the thing. Or it could be also the overworld thing as well. But then again, I will though say still that I'm a little bit disappointed on the ice textures in Scarlet and Violet because the metal textures, they're so nice. It's a shame that they are not too good at all in Scarlet and Violet indeed. The ice ones. And that was not an encounter with the dude. Okay. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that, you know, certain ice textures, they look nice. I mean, I guess because Sandshrew, the Alola kind, is part steel type, so it could be getting more like steel type look to the ice. But I quite like that, but indeed I think it's because it is indeed a ice or a steel type as well. Like, why couldn't just ice as well to be getting? Because like, to be getting a cool texture that is. Because since like all the metal textures they are lovely, there is quite a good amount of details on different kinds of like fur and like stuff along those lines. Like, even considering that there is such a nice like wood texture going all about as well. Such a nice wood texture indeed. Oh, it was a snowbird. There wasn't enough time then for the random one to be there. Unfortunate, unfortunate. There we go. I mean, I did say though about the stone churn that I would have liked to be seeing a few of them before it's time, but as usual, they are kind of overdoing it. So usually they do be doing it like that. Oh. Interesting. Sure. It's probably the only thing that I don't honestly like about Galarian Mr. Mime is that I don't like that the hands are like upwards like that. Like I don't mind the hands themselves, like it's just it's like strange to me that they are up like that. Like I would wish they would be looking different indeed. There we go. Galarian Darumaka, you do be looking like you could be related. Hello, do be looking same like that. The facial expression, both being around the Pokemons. I guess both being ice type as well. I still think that should have been ice fighting. It was the Sneasel that just spawned in there. Of course it is. I mean, if I would be encountering it now, I would have probably be encountering it straight away when I would be getting out of the battle anyways. Interesting. Sneasel a little too late. Would have been cool to be seeing in both games, Sneasels at the same time. Would have indeed. Thankfully now I could be getting a random one instead of a visible one there. It do be very nice indeed. Yeah, I do be still hoping the best of luck to anyone that do be hunting. You'll be able to find something indeed. As I have mentioned today that tomorrow will be indeed more Dynamax adventures, so anyone that is wanting to help, I'm happy about it. Always be appreciating any help that can get. And I guess that just means that it's gonna be kind of faster to be going to get it. I kind of hope that my next Dynamax adventure, like Legendary, wouldn't be taking this long though. It would be quite ridiculous if it would be. It would be quite ridiculous if every single one of them would be. It could be, you know, the usual that you look for one thing forever and then the next one shows like immediately. You know, the funny things that everyone loves. You know, those things. I will say one thing, if I would be getting a shiny above the snow, would prefer it to be the male one. Considering that I did get a female one already. Story behind that one was that I was trying to be getting all the gender differences to my decks. Was going to look for this routes like the above snow that is like guaranteed to be there. And boom. It's blue. I mean, I wouldn't mind to be getting it. I mean, it's also in another game. Yeah, I wouldn't be minding to be getting a female one as well, but it'd be quite cool to be getting a male one instead. But then again, there is a decent chance that I will be able to be getting it in Dynamax Adventures as well. At least right now, because, you know, going for someone that is weak to ice and also soundproof is very nice. Oh. Sorry to be telling the stories once again. It's so interesting to me though, like how many times the Pokemons are going to be like telling you the same things. Because of course it's like forever. It's just gonna be like starting it again and again. Like, wouldn't I be getting bored at it at some point to be telling you the same thing indeed? I don't know. I would. I don't know about you, but I would indeed. Saying only one thing for the entire life would be kind of boring indeed. I will say one thing though. even though Snow Warning makes sense as an ability for, you know, Snow Warning and Abominous Snow, I would kind of wish that they would be having like a secondary or a second ability, not just a hidden ability that is. I don't know why, but I'm thinking that they could be having something like Juju Witch. With healing in the cold. Because, you know, they are surviving so well as trees there in the cold. $50 more to go today. Come on, Mount Lanakila, I believe in you. I believe in you. You can show me the funnily different colored Pokemon. I believe. I just started to think about one thing. Alucha is a weird Pokemon in that it has been available in every region since it has been introduced in like new regions. It's very interesting indeed. Like it has been, yeah, in Kalos, it has been in there. It has been in Kalos, it has been in Hello, it has been in Galar, and it has been in Paldea, and I think maybe in Kitakami as well. For whatever reason, I'm thinking that. But yeah, it has been like in every like new main series games at least. That hasn't been, you know, like have been like new ones like that starting a generation. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. It's definitely one of those Pokemons that of course I don't mind that it's apparently capturing Sandshrew. At least it didn't get captured. But yeah, it is interesting because, like, of course, it's the thing that, like, not every Pokemon is available in all the games. But then there's like a decent amount of Pokemons that have been introduced in pretty much every single game since their introduction. Because the funniest thing is even that even though Pikachu, you know, being the mascot and everything, it even hasn't been in every single game, like, available in the wild. Because of, you know, of all things. If I remember correctly, Psyduck is like one of the only ones that has been in every single region. Or almost in every single game. Which is very interesting. It is indeed very interesting. One of the few ones indeed. And there's like a decent amount of like Pokemon that have of course been like in almost every game, like indeed like Pikachu or pretty much in any single Gen 1 one of course. But then like if you just start to think about like since they were introduced in, there's still a decent amount of Pokemon that have been in quite a good amount of games. Which makes it so sad that there is a lot of Pokemon like still not to be in too many games or like only transfer things. Which, as I said plenty of times, I don't really count it to be in the region itself. Guess you don't find it there. But yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting indeed. There's definitely a bunch of Pokemon that I would like to see more of. As I said, for me, like, weirdly Kecleon is indeed one of those Pokemons. Smeargle kind of as well. It's available in decent amount of games. It's also like not available in quite a good amount of them. But definitely Kecleon would be one of the ones that I would like to be seeing. Definitely not mostly for the reason that I would absolutely love it to be available in the wild without it being like only few places per playthrough basically. Maybe it could be getting a regional variant. I mean, yeah, but at the same time it's I don't know, I'm kind of doubting that like 2 gimmicky Pokemons would be getting each. I mean, we did get Darumaka, and Darumaka did. I would like to say that it has kind of a gimmick thing with the Zen mode. I don't think that's too many, like if it's like a too specific of a gimmick that a Pokemon has, I'm kind of doubting it would be getting a regional form, but you never know. It might. Very well might indeed. Looks is being weird right now. I see. I see how it is. Can we still see one more stone journey? Is the question. I doubt it. Because if I say that, then the game will want to be proving me wrong, right? The game wants to be proving me wrong if I will be saying something like that. Oh boy. Oh boy, indeed. More snow, I see. I wonder how interesting it would be in Pokemon games. Indeed. If you could be, like, stacking up the same weather more than once. I mean, I guess because the snow thing, then if you would be having... You can start hail, of course, but what if you could be doing, like, double hail? Or, like, double of most of the... like, other things like light screen, as I've been sometimes been joking about. To be getting that to be indeed there as well. We'll be able to see indeed. You completely nighttime ones as well, I see. I see how it is. I'm honestly thinking that if I would be getting a shiny Vanillish right now, I think it would be like almost perfectly blending into the background there. It just seems like it would be. And I guess I could be throwing my own ouch, but can't be bothered with it. But it very well could be showing there nicely. Interesting to see indeed. It would be kind of interesting to be having a Pokemon game that would be always at nighttime, because usually in games it's the thing that it's usually at somewhere of the daytime. It would be interesting to honestly see a Pokemon game that would be locked to the nighttime only. I mean, technically you can of course do that yourself, but like actually be the case. Or like it would be the case that most of the story would be happening at night as well. It could be something along those lines. I'm actually surprised that it wasn't a capture there. Insane. Interesting. Stone Journey, you have only a few more chances to show up. Also still like, because you know, Stone Journey and Ice Cube are quite rare in Sword and Shield. It's interesting that both of them are like so widely available in Scarlet and Violet. And it still doesn't make sense why there were some exclusives there for me too much. It doesn't make the most amount of sense indeed. It's not like Ice Cube is too futuristic to me, but I guess they could be hinting with that, you know, global warming, I guess. But it doesn't make too much sense, because the thing is as well, like, it's not like stone structures are not a thing nowadays. As well, like, it is such a strange one from, like, think about. At least I will say that the placements for the Pokemons for both Ice Cube and the Stone Journey, they make sense in Scarlet and Violet, as that is why I probably would be wishing that they would be a little bit more like logical in this game. As they're not the most logical ones indeed in this game. Why do they both be found in the same location? Let's see then. The final encounters. Soon indeed. We get anything interesting? Anything interesting at all? Bunch of bear ticks. I'd like to see something else than a bear tick. I'd like to see something else than a bear tick. Thank you, it's a Darumaka. At least, if nothing else, it's the second last encounter. If I remember correctly, yesterday was Abominous and was the last one. There we go. The final one is again Abominous. No, nice. And a Glalie there. Okay, not too bad. Another 800 checks. Indeed. That's gonna be it for today. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow we'll be going for more Dynamax adventures. We're trying to get Default Hull indeed. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!